What is up, dudes? Welcome back to Final Fantasy IV. Hopefully everybody had a fantastic weekend. I'm really stoked because the last time I didn't really get to get in the zone for the game itself, because like the booster shot and all that, but now it is a brand new Monday and I am ready to continue the journey on the airship. We are currently trying to fetch the Earth Crystal to exchange that for Rosa's life, if I recall correctly. And so that's pretty much what we're going to do. But yeah. Before we get started, Gypsy, thank you so much for the 23 months of support. Really freaking appreciate it. And Steve, thank you for the 12 months of support. Really freaking appreciate it. Can I get some Kevins and Richards in chat, please? And I'm having a fantastic day so far, Hope. Hopefully you're doing good as well. Let me check something real quick. Okay, the last thing should be in order. Alrighty. Well, Steve, Hope, Big B, Phonic, Gypsy. God damn, there are so many people. I have to scroll. Stop being here so early, chat. Rosetta, and say Ray as well. How are you guys doing? Been really sick the past few weeks, but finally starting to feel a bit better, so doing okay. That is tremendous news, Hope. Hopefully your health will continue to improve. 1 year ago, I found Gil playing Deadly Premonition. What a stream to enter into, though. I'm glad you stuck around, though. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, my booster wasn't too bad. Like, Gypsy had it worse. But I started, like, in the middle of the stream, I started to get extremely sore. Like, my whole body felt like I had a 4-hour workout. And, like, I'm down with the 4-hour workout, but not with the soreness if I haven't done that 4-hour workout. So I became super sore and exhausted, and I kind of figured, like, hey, I'm just gonna relax the rest of the evening and kind of call it a stream, I guess. Well, man, I've been so excited playing this game. Every time I boot it up, I am so scared about what's going to happen on this menu. Like, will I encounter just blank save states, or are we able to continue from where we left off? I went from chills to becoming hot shit over a 24-hour period. I wasn't a fan. Well, you wouldn't be a fan if you were hot. That would be self-coolant. Unless you count the friction at the coil, then yeah. But that sucks. But we just got back from arguably my least favorite dungeon, I think. Yeah, the dungeon where metal was weighed down. So we had to kind of circumvent that by unequipping Cecil with from most of his gear, which is which wasn't a pleasant experience. It made him feel like a very fragile character. Plus, I lost a lot of my damage output for that. Luckily, I was able to kind of figure out the boss pretty quickly after, I think, the first game over we had. I just realized my Twitch account turns 10 this year. Jesus. That's been around for a long time. But I've been following Gil for 7 of those years. God damn, Phonic. Have you really been along for the ride for that long? That is insane. Thank you for sticking around, dude. I appreciate it. Interesting. I can't just go into the castle. So, considering we beat Dark Elf, we should be able to just pick up the crystal? Yes, no, maybe? That is it. The Crystal of Earth. You got it back. Great. Looks like you've got the crystal, Cecil. Wait, is that Golbez? No, it's Kane? Go outside and get on your airship. I'll take you to where Rosa is. Yeah, it's a really good thing I saved in. But also, I should be able to pick up some additional silver items on the island, because I did buy the most expensive thing there. Right? Do. The stock helicopter noises never fail to kill me. Where's the Crystal of Earth? It's here. Where's Rosa? Follow my airship. This rivalry dynamic is very interesting. Kane, where are you? Do not hurry. Master Golbez wants to thank you personally. Golbez! I forgot how to... Yeah! Ah, there it is. I am glad that you kept your promise. Show yourself. Be a bit more patient. I want you to receive the reward. Reward? I'm at the top of this tower with Rosa. Bring the crystal and I'll return you the girl. You'd better hurry up or else I can't guarantee your life. Now, come. Work's been brutal, so I've been around to do it. Gotta make up for lost time. Holy shit. That is an insanely cool monster. Ow. Wow. Can you stop? Dude, seriously, can you stop? The speed of these guys is off the charts. Now, Tello was very busy setting the world on fire first. That's ridiculous. Yeah, this is probably one of those situations where you can't leave either. We'll just continue to push on or onward with the idea that there is a potential reset, primarily due to Yang not having any decent equipment on him right now. Let's see what Ice 2 does. Mass murder. Wait, do we actually have stop? I think Cecil has stop as well. No, he has sight. Hey, and Dark, how's it going? My day has been busy, but I've been having a lot of fun. I found fire. Not sure if that's a good idea to give to me, to be honest. What is the upgrade here, if any? Ooh! Haven't had breakfast yet, but otherwise, well, that's good to hear. Now get your coffee, or beverage of choice. Okay, so this is nearly guaranteed a surprise. I think that's because of the speed. I think a fire 2 would be sufficient. If Tella survives, of course. Okay, we should be good. The speed on those guys, it's kind of ridiculous if you think about it. Because you get ambushed, and on top of that, they just consistently hit for 300 plus. It's not like they crit out of it or something like that. No, it's just slam, bam, here's 300 damage. Luckily, the first characters are hopping over 1,000 HP. God, the SNES themes for Final Fantasy are so good. Hey, Loin, how's it going, dude? Do 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 do. You know, sometimes you open Twitter and you just kind of get this mix of being utterly shocked and in a state of eternal bliss. No, it doesn't like that. Armored Core 6 has been leaked through the consumer survey, but screenshots as well. I mean, I can't ask for much more, to be honest. I can't ask for much more. Like, even just the acknowledgement. Even just the acknowledgement of the existence of Armored Core feels like such a victory. And Captain Blatt, how are you doing? How's it going, dude? Whoa! What if we just burn it down? Can I get a shout out for Captain Blatt, please? I should probably get an ether on. Also hopped on the Endwalker train. Nice. Are you liking it so far? Come on, Tella, you can cast faster than that. Thank you. Shit. For tortoises, they hit surprisingly fast and efficient. Yep. Get an ether in. Yeah, I really need to stop that freaking rampage. God, I can't believe that's real. How do you miss? It's a big turtle. Oh, there he goes. A very upset turtle. Please tell us. Well, no. No. What do you mean he has Cure 4? Since when does he have Cure 4? I don't think it's... I'll take that. The screens aren't nearly the most interesting thing about the leak. Well, it's for me. I'll take a look. I'll take a look at it for sure after the stream. But for me, it's mostly the idea that Armored Core is now acknowledged as like a thing. There's gameplay info as well. Oh, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. Hey Thomas, how's it going, dude? How's the new PC treating you? Oh, strike first, nice. These guys aren't as strong as the ones we fought earlier, I think. Okay, we can just go full on attack. Doesn't really matter. Oh, I keep forgetting he has the charm, the stabby thing. Do, 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 do. Okay, we're starting to get into territories where this is becoming a manageable dungeon. I don't know if... Do I have any tents left? Like, worst case scenario, we're doing this without any camping equipment. Okay. We're doing this with camping equipment. But wait, isn't this... This should be Babel's Tower, right? Monsters! Oh. Yeah, I get... Whoa! Yellow. That was a lot of damage, though. Goddamn. Interesting. Whoops. Not much is gonna survive that. Ah, that's what it was for. How's our attack gonna... I'm okay with that. I'm very much okay with that. Are there any specifics that stand out from the leak outside of the gameplay details? Like, what from the gameplay details really sticks out to you? That is... That's some really good damage. Do, 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 do. Ooh, wait, this is a good experiment. This is a very good experiment. Okay, elemental damage doesn't really apply in the... the same sense as... It's more like a damage booster, but it still retains the property of being a physical attack. So it wouldn't work regardless. Yes, Bella, thank you. Gotta do a couple of things. This kinda sucks. Well, not really, but kinda. This is gonna be one of those situations where I'm gonna find a campsite in the middle of this dungeon right after I completely heal. Well, yeah, it is indeed a swordsman. Whoa! Look at that damage differential, though. There. The Cecil's level up. This music was the very first thing I heard on the Endwalker benchmark. There are a lot of FF4 references in Endwalker. It's kind of, I was watching Hope play this, or Hope play through Endwalker, and that's what got me to play Final Fantasy IV. So do I want to spend all my time stressing over this new job? Today in our meeting, I asked my boss, what do you expect of me as far as workload goes? And he said, dude, chill out. This job is hard as shit. I don't expect you to learn it all right away. At least you know that you have a level-headed boss on your hands. That is a massive plus. Not many companies give you that luxury, honestly. Yeah, that fuzzy look about this game with the way I'm capturing it is such a... It's such a weirdly pleasant look. The Sword Man! I just healed him. Stop beating on the elderly, come on. That's not nice. That'll teach him. Hit him with a stick. Oh, I need to check what he absorbs, because I think it's MP. No, because both of them don't have MP at all. Yep, nope. Speaking of Metal Gear Solid, I recently found an account on Twitter that does cartography, but for video games, and they made a full-blown map for Metal Gear Solid 1, but they extrapolated the entire thing in 3D and rendered it out as a flat surface map. It was incredible. Packed up the last order of today. Now I get to wait until it's 5 p.m. Well, at least you're entertained along the way. Like, it's the little things in life, right? No. Yang has gloves that charm enemies. So every once in a while, when he beats the shit out of his enemies, they fall in love and start beating themselves over it. Strike you first. Oh, hey, someone can damage Cecil. You see? Now that target will only attack itself or party members. There you go. In true Shakespearean fashion, and just exited the stage. On this fantasy world at the moment, and recently found a map maker that's simply awesome. Planning on taking the first spin sometime. Dude, you gotta send me some progress when you're getting to it. I'm super excited to check that out. Nope. Not dealing with puppets today. I genuinely don't know if I'll be able to make it through this. Ooh. But that might work on bosses. No, 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 no. This is not okay. Stop beating up. Stop beating up Grandpa. He's suffered enough. And I don't mean that in a please end his misery kind of way. Yeah, I was watching Metal Gear Rising, or watching Gigaboot's playthrough Metal Gear Rising, and it was a lot of fun. Like, it's arguably the most fun I've had with Metal Gear Rising, considering what I did to my controllers when playing that game. There is I don't know if the VOD's still up, but one of the Metal Gear Rising playthroughs, you can audibly hear the controller snap in half as I twisted in sheer frustration. You just hear like this slow snapping of plastic. I don't know what to say, man. I hated Metal Gear Rising for the longest time. Like, sheer fury and hatred for that game. A lot of people that have been with the community for a very long time can attest to that. Also, Jesus Christ, Sid. Stop hogging all of Yang's steroids. He's running out and he's becoming very, very grumpy about it. Ah, finally! 7 defense. This game is not kind to wizards of any sort. Like, they're really drawing the short stick in this equation. I mean, we're down 2 children already, and now the elderly are given mere fabric to defend themselves with, whereas the rest of the party is bladed out with the exception of Yang, who's literally running around in his underwear. Hey, Bulbizu, how's it going? Oh, wait, I think I know that application, say. I think, at least. There's a big-ass tower. Wait, does his sprite change? Based on the armor that you're wearing? Oh yeah, Tella is not very good at that, right? He is very slow. Oh crap. It's interesting to see that Cecil's HP or MP pool exceeds Tella's. Oh, right, that's one of the things that I wanted to note on, is that it's quite amazing how in such a short time the game manages to paint Kane as this rather complex yet very self-centered individual. Like, I'm not quite sure what drives him, but I'm pretty sure it has to do with Rosa. Like a mix between like a craving of power and kind of exceeding Cecil, and also trying to steal his wife. Welcome to the Tower of Zot. Oh no. Oh, not them. Okay. One of them heals. Which one is the one that heals and resurrects? Shit. This might take a few tries. Glad to see you. We are the minions of Valvalis of the air. I am Sandy. I'm Cindy and Mindy. We're the Mega Sisters. Sorry, but your quest will be over here. Take our Delta attack and farewell. Take our Delta attack and farewell is such a great way to put it. Just take it, bye. Okay. There you go. Wall. Shining Force 3 was a hilarious playthrough. That was incredible. I'm gonna try to bait out a Resurrect so I know what I'm up against. Interesting. This fight is wild in this version. That's one down. Now I'm waiting for the Resurrect. I'm probably thinking of the wrong Mega Sisters. Now that I think about it. Because I'm not getting the big Delta attack either. Yep. Okay, no, I'm thinking of the correct fight. Yeah, FF10's Mega Sisters had the massive overdrive attack, but okay, Ice 2 on and Cecil, that's fine. Like, it's interesting to see just how little damage they seem to be. I think that is a remnant from FF7? Oh, that's cool. I never noticed that. Hang on. The Mega Sisters. Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy 11, and 14. Then in Tactics Advance. Wow, they're in a lot less than I thought they would be. They are mentioned in... Wait, they are mentioned in 9, right? Oh, right, yeah. It's in Alexandria, it's a statue. I am thinking of the wrong thing. Woo! I don't know what that did. Wait, the wall is still active? Okay, Sid has a wall up. I want to see what happens. Ooh, there you go. Watch the tall one. Just... Ooh, that is good damage. There we go. Oh, that plan backfired tremendously. Incredible. one of the sisters cast Wall on Sid, and then Sandy proceeded to try to charm the one person that had the wall on her. Okay, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. No way, Delta attack failed. No! I'm not sure whether I should be impressed or just kind of feel bad because that fight could not have been more to my advantage. Then again, like, if the charm would have kicked off earlier, it would have drastically changed the way that the fight would have progressed. But I don't remember this attack being, or this fight being this easy. I remember struggling quite a bit when playing the After Years, or the PSP variant. No, it wasn't the PSP, it was the DS. Do. I thank you. Old mage! Where is Rosa? The crystal first. You haven't heard Rosa, have you? Of course not. Now, give me the crystal. This is it. Handed over the crystal of the earth. Nah, you fool! I never intended to keep my promise. Rosa was dead all along. Give back Rosa. Rosa? What are you talking about? What? You cheated us! Foul traitor! I have no business with you, old man. But I do! Jeez. This is for Anna! It's this guy! No one can ever defeat me. I like how he is at the same time, he looks intimidating, but the further you go down the sprite, it looks more like he really has to use the bathroom. Meteor! Oh, that's... Oh no. No! Oh man! No! I'm spending my life to defeat you! Oh, no way. Oh, that is clever. Goddamn game, that is smart. Wait, why did Kane flop over? You used the meteor. Tell her. But I have the crystal. Now come, Kane. I guess that meteor broke my control over him. So be it, you no longer serve my purpose. I will settle this score later, Cecil. Never. Ha! Ah, why not finish me off? You? Who are you? I shall see you again. Yeah, he just went full Palpatine for a second. Unlimited power! And Cecil, you okay? Yeah, Bulbus must have been weakened by Meteor, but tell her. I failed. Don't speak. I brought this upon myself because I lost myself in hatred. Avenge my daughter for me, please. Tell her! Open your eyes. Rest in peace with your daughter. Goddamn, dude. He stuck to his Jedi ways. So many characters just flat out die in this game. It's kind of unbelievable. And tell her, we will avenge Anna and you. Kane. Kane! Cecil, what have I done? Not your fault. You've been hypnotized. Well, I'd reckon as much, right? Like Golbez probably manipulated him into kind of pushing him towards his desires and thus getting getting control over him, like kind of rooting in that desire to exceed Cecil's power. And Tilly, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. There was a dude at the door being all, I want to sell my really rare limited edition video game. And then proceeded to show me Elder Scrolls Online. That sounds about par for the course when you open with that line. I wanted Rosa too. Where is Rosa? We don't have time, it's above. Hey, Zephon. How's it going? That was some quick thinking, Jesus Christ. Rosa, I knew you would come. Oh, that is a nice detail on Kane, though. That is a really cool detail of Kane, just not being able to look at them. Hey, Joey, how's it going? Your absence stopped me, Oh boy, getting cozy. Kane? Golbus's control was broken. I really was under control, but I also wanted to keep you close to me, Rosa. We already did mount our deals. Let us fight together, Kane. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Rosa, Cecil. This has like the same suddenness of being at the club and somebody accidentally turning off the music. It's like that little shock that goes over the audience. You're just kind of sitting there, waiting, anticipating. Come on, we really must hurry. It is too dangerous here. Let's go, Kane. We need your powers as a Dragoon. And Dragoon Kane has joined. Did you look for an excuse just to have a 5-man party in this redemption arc, just killing the old man? That's rough, man. That's a crude way to go about things. Golbez voiced by Sam Elliott. I just kind of imagine him with a menacing British accent for some reason. But I can't get the thought of him really having to use the bathroom out of my mind. It just so happened that that our 8-level sorcerer just kicked the bucket. If we were a second late, Rosa would have been crushed. It seems like Master Golbez underestimated your powers. It's Valvalis of the air. One of Golbez's 4 fiends of elements. King, you betrayed us. I did not betray, but came to my senses. I should have gotten rid of you, but now the old man with the meteor is gone. I think you're the only one who can fight in the air? Well, this is going to be interesting. Oh, tornado. Oh no, weak sucks. There you go. Cure. The 2. We could call it his final telegraph. Ray, listen, no. That spell really sucks. Swoop? A little bit, but then I suddenly reminded by the silence and the abundance of brain cells that I retained per stream. Who's about to get weakened? Must stop her spin. King, jump. More like Kane fall. Kane. There you go. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I just realized that Sid was petrified, and then I killed the boss. Oh, don't look at me for the puns, look at Ray. He's the one to blame. You know, the last and mighty of us four is still left. Perish with this tower. It's collapsing. Watch out. Whoa. Hold on to me. Well, that's a nifty exit, not gonna lie. That's amazing. Where is it? It's her room in Baron. It's safe since the fake king is gone. Cecil, I have something to tell you. Did Sid just jump to take a seat? This is Cecil's room, yeah. What's that? It's about the crystals. The crystal of Earth from Toroya was taken away. This means Golbas has gathered all the crystals. No, there are other crystals. I thought there were only 4. Then the rumor is true. So, about that DMCA claim from the Jim Henson Company. Right. The Dark Crystals. Speaking of, is this a good moment to show the first season of the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance on Netflix? It's been out for a few years now, but you should really go watch it. The crystals of this world are those of light and of open side, so to speak. Then there are hidden crystals. They are the dark crystals. Right, therefore Golbas only gathered half of all the crystals. But the rumors do not say the whereabouts of the dark crystals. Golbas knows. Must hurry then. Where is it, Kane? Literally the hidden side of the earth. The underground. Underground? How, dig a hole? Anyway, he said when all the crystals of light and darkness are gathered away to the moon. You know, I knew this was coming, and yet I'm still experiencing the biggest whiplash ever. It goes from like, we have to save this kingdom from the crystals, to fuck it, to the moon. I'm just gonna... Can you stop bringing Final Fantasy XIV into this? For the people that haven't played Endwalker yet, thank you. I guess so, and this is the clue to the secret. And so he said, you should have it. Here, have some lava. Use this at a certain place and to open the way to the underground. Certain place? Where? I don't know. I mean, like if you're gonna wanna Palamon Worms, we're spies, I know, but we're sorry we spied on you. It's okay, I knew about it, but yeah, did you know we're spies? But like handing somebody lava, then going, yeah, somewhere on the world you have to use lava. It's kind of a powerful statement. What's to think about? We have the Enterprise to fly around the world in no time. But it was left in the Tower of Zod. Didn't I tell you? It's the latest. It's back in Baron by remote control. I fucking love this game. What an incredible plot convenience. Oh, that is incredible. Oh. Sid, we really count on you. Do you think so? Let's leave tomorrow morning to search for the entrance to the underground. But why didn't Golbez just finish me off? It was kind of awkward to do that in public. No, it's nothing. Let's take a rest. That cutscene was a bunch of whiplashes happening at once. Incredible. Ooh. Oh wait, you can wear those as well? Ooh, but that's good. Yeah, we still have to find something that works for you, don't we? Oh, man, I really like this game, but there are some whiplashes happening that are kind of hard to explain. I do wonder what actually happened to the king. Also for Freeze, how are you doing? A lot of Final Fantasy IV feels like it was written plot point to plot point in chronological order without planning ahead. A little bit, but also just kind of, like, it shifts into fifth gear pretty early on with how rapidly all the scenes follow each other up. But it also doesn't really fill in the gaps and like the minor problems. It addresses a minute problem and then gives you a thing like, oh, by the way, we had a remote control for a freaking airship. I don't know if we can actually do something about that. So I don't necessarily think it's about the planning ahead. More like it's not really confident in its methodology to really to fill in the gaps. Like it's kind of hard to explain, but basically what it boils down to from what I'm seeing so far is that when one problem arises, it writes it off as being a non-problem by giving a solution that doesn't make sense. Like, by the way, the airship has a remote control is an excellent example of that. It's not a bad thing altogether, but it does feel noticeable when you're in the middle of a cutscene where you just have received a pocket full of lava. At least we can arm Sid. Wait, what are we missing right now? Nab, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Let's see, we need the head, the arms, and we need... Okay, 2 head, 2 arm. Gotcha. How is it going, Nab? How was your stream? And what were you up to? Okay, now it's off to find... One of my colleagues is playing the Switcher and finally realizing how bad the game is on that console. I still want it though. It's one of those little things that it just kind of it's such a baffling choice to put The Witcher 3 on a Switch. We are giving up on Jagged Alliance. Oh boy. What happened? I wonder if I can still fill out the... Yeah, I should be able to. It has to go perfectly in one go. It's obscene. Oh boy. Yeah, sometimes it do be like that. Okay, I can just get heals here. So, if you're dropping Jagged Alliance, what's next on the menu? Let's see. Maybe I'm just gonna check out all the different towns. Apparently, I can't land here. Or Zelda NES with no guide. Sounds like a good plan, honestly. Wait. What if we go to the place where Edward was? Oh, there's a little mech thingy. Okay, we might be able to use that. I think it was in Fable. No, it was not in Fable, but there is a gear shop here that is specifically tailored to Yang, so I might actually be able to get something here for him. I don't think Yang does have any... Hmm. What? What? Oh. Oh, okay. The shoulder buttons change the field character. Gotcha. Well, might as well check here, to be honest. I think I already did, though. Also, if you guys want some very comfy retro streams, do go check out Nabu Does Nothing. Great cozy vibes over there. Always a good time. Don't know if I actually need the great bow though, because I think her default weapon is a lot. She doesn't have any armor. Oh shit. What does she wear? At least they were kind enough to give back some of the equipment that Tella cost us. This does explain a few things, though. Where did I even get that? I think in the desert town? No. Don't need that. Thank you. Right, let's just drop the airship off here and take that hovercraft. Almost. You're almost free, Gypsy. Almost. Not quite there yet, but it's getting there. I'm trying to figure out where to get the equipment that I want. Because I think I got the Gaia equipment over here, but I gave them to Palamamporum, who turned to stone, thusly not here. Then where? Was it in their town? Then we'll have to figure out where that town is. But first, I really have to use the bathroom, chat, so I will be right back. I forgot to mention, but the script for the new video is done. And I'm going to work on that somewhere this week. So hopefully the video itself will release somewhere soon. I'm not sure what the exact release date is going to be, but I'm very excited. Ba, 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 ba. Doo, doo. Okay, so now I need to actually find the town of Palamantorum. What is this? Oh, it's just an island. Uh-oh. Oh, it's not that bad. One of the cool things I didn't notice until just now with Chella was that he always maintained 90 MP. He wouldn't get past that because the casting of Meteor cost 99 MP. And it wouldn't really make sense to give him access to Meteor and then suddenly have it be fatal to him. Like, that wouldn't work. Ah, there it is. But man, I never expected these characters to be this good and well written. It gives me high hopes to actually replay wait, can he? Yang just flat out refuses to wear anything but a loincloth. But it does give me high hopes to do a playthrough of Final Fantasy VI somewhere later this year. I'll probably do the same thing as I'm doing right now and just play the SNES version just because I can't be arsed to pick up the Pixel Remaster. Okay, new town, who dis? Haggard. Wait, I haven't been here before. This is Haggard, the village of those who have ancestors who were dwarves. We can't live without the sun, but our ancestors were a bit different. There's a lot of classic high fantasy involved in this. The moon and human. Once Corey starts researching, he doesn't even listen to me. This is the Astro Tower, the one and only place with a telescope. There's something going on with the moon. We're busy researching. Huh. I think we need to get here at some point. Can I actually see what's going on the moon? I am Professor Corey. I research the moons here in this tower. We have 2 moons. One is just a simple moon, but the other seems to have living creatures on it, and it's turning red. Just like the color of rubies. I hope this doesn't mean anything bad. And just, like, really uncomfortably close as well. Just straight in that lens. Lens is the right word. Yeah. Man, I was watching the opening to GDQ this year with Gypsy, and I gotta say, the Neo 2 speedrun is a spectacular thing to see. Here we have an ancient well enshrined. It's said that this well is bottomless. Oh. Might be able to use that. Our legend has it that all has its reverse. Yes, this world is no exception. Yep. Okay, so that's where we use the key to the underground. I think? The silent streamer at GDQ this morning finally started talking after 17 minutes. Wait, who is the boomerang for? Hey Adrian, how's it going? It's 2022, why doesn't that well have a butt? Well, let's get Steve Chops on the line real quick so we can have some butts. What, our ancestors? How did they come here? Let me see, that is, I forgot. Yeah, okay, so now we're seeing the Lunarians pop up. Gotcha. Not just any dwarf, space dwarf. What can I get, Jack? Yeah, that doesn't do me much. I saw something red being swallowed up into the northern crater. Our ancestors came from the hidden land. There is a sun there, and it's called the magma. It's very peaceful here in this village, except for those earthquakes we have sometimes. Oh, can we get a dance? Watch me dance. It's a dance in the hidden lands. Very enticing. I wonder if you get something if you watch all the dances. Darkness and light. They come and appear morning and night, together fill the air. Our ancestors said it. I'm really amazed how much nuance they managed to cram into this game, despite the breakneck pace of the story. Our ancestors came from the crater up in the northern mountain, but it is blocked now. Besides, we need to fly to get there. When we return the key of magma to where it belongs, the way to our homeland will be open. Yo, kid, stop zooming. My grandma has been living the longest in this village. She knows a lot. No less a rush game and a poorly translated one. They did good with what they had. This makes me very curious, by the way. Speaking of translations, how are you doing, Wesley, before that? The PS1 translation of this game is vastly different, and I really want to try it out. Let's go. I can't unhear Max whenever there is a let's go. What if... Uh-oh. What? Oops. I think I accidentally Pompeyed this entire town. First Mysidia, then the Village of Mist, now the town that sounds like Agar Agar. That's a big hole. That's a whole big hole. Oops. Oh, that's a cool use of the Mode 7. What's that? The Red Wings! What are they doing here? I mean, that was the second thing I was thinking about. We are late, but who's fighting? We've got to get out of here. Hold on. Hold out, Enterprise. We're going down. Cecil. Rosa. All okay? Yeah, but the Enterprise isn't. It's dangerous to fly on. Let's get off. Now's not the time, Cecil. And Willow Kurotora. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. That fun fantasy aspect of just taking your airship into a blown out volcano, having another map to fly around in. Yeah, it's that's just a thing that happens, isn't it? Lally Ho! Oh, is this where Lally Ho comes from? Oh. I've been wondering that for a while. I was wondering why a lot of my FF14 friends always greeted me in-game with Lally Ho. I thought it was a Lalafell thing. This is a castle of the dwarves ruled by our great King Jot. Golbez is a bad guy, but you seem different. Lally Hall, meet King Jot. The strangers blow out the ceiling, then they get invited to meet the king. Lally Ho, I'm happy you're okay. Me too. What other games? Final Fantasy, Lally... Oh. Final Fantasy 9. Oh, nice. We can buy some items as well. Oh, sweet. Wait. Authorized dwarves only. Dwarf items are strange. Can you use it okay? Authorized dwarves only. Lally Ho is our password. I'm Luca. I can't find my dolls. Have you seen them? Yeah, the dwarves in Final Fantasy IX say Rally Ho. Okay, authorized dwarves only. There you go. Together. 3, 2, 1. Chat. Okay, chat. Listen. Together. 3, 2, 1. Lally Ho. It is our password. I'm glad you're fine. May I ask who you are, sir? I am the king of dwarves, Jot, and the ruler of the underground. Have you still got the dark crystals? You came for the crystals. I'm afraid 2 out of 4 have been taken. We're late. But the crystal in this castle is still safe. Our tanks turned them away. We have seen your tanks fighting against the airships. Ah, you call those flying things airships. You have strange things in the world above. Would you support us with your airship? I wish we could, but it has been greatly damaged from the last fighting and landing. Hey Wasabi, how's it going? Do you need anything to do the repairs? The airship won't last in the heat of lava. I must go back to the upper world and wrap the body with mystic silver. See you later. I just gave you some sick equipment. Don't worry, I'll come back soon. Take care. Thanks, Rosa. My dude, you can't just... No, get back here. King Jot, where's the crystal? It is hidden behind my throne. As long as I am well, so is the crystal. I feel someone eavesdropping on us. What? Lally Ho? No one is here. I felt someone sneaking around. Open the door. That's a wall. That's not a door. It's locked. Yep, ho ho ho. Oh, the dolls. The music in this game is so good. We're the Calbrina, you fools. You've doomed yourself. We're gonna get ya. We'll take this good news as presents to Master Golbez. Yep, ho ho ho. Oh god, there's so many. Can we maybe get a turn? Singular? Okay. Nice. Nice. That count as lollygagging. Ray. Oh. Hello. Do-do-do-do-do. Isn't she also a boss fight in Final Fantasy XIV? I think in Heaven's Word? Uh-oh. That is a problem. What? Oh no. I keep tripping over the fact that I need to okay. Oh, she had her turn loaded in. Gotcha. Oh. I do have to say, this game is blindsiding me a lot with the amount of boss fights that just randomly end. Ooh. Well, that was exactly what I needed for this moment.
Rank up!
Mr. Gaz, thank you so much for the 6 months of support. Really freaking appreciated. Can I get some Kevins and Richards in chat, please? You'll pay for this. Our Master Golbus already knows this place. What? Well, Cecil. Golbus, you got me the other day, but now the old mage is gone. I will tell you why I'm gathering the crystals. All the crystals, both light and darkness, are the keys to reactivate the Tower of Bab-Il that leads to the moon. It is said the moon possesses powers beyond human comprehension, and there is only one more crystal to get. You've been very helpful. Receive your last reward. Oh, well, that's not good. See, he really looks like he has to pee real bad. Is that it? No. Wait till you see the real terror. Mealtime shadow. And you, Cecil. Alright, have a good one, Gypsy. I'll see you in a bit. Wait, what? That mist blew my shadow dragon away? You can move now. Is that Rydia? Who is it? Wait, what? What? I can't keep up. Game, Yeah, no, that's not fine. Stop it. Ah. Yeah, that's it. This fight really fucking sucks with the slow down menus. This fight really fucking sucks with the slow down menus. Holy shit. Because you have to recover from that. I don't know what any of the calls do. Is there... Hang on. Let me actually look up the calls that Rydia can do. Cast Blink on the allies. Okay, every single one of them is a... No, it's not just that, say. It's not just that. The main problem I'm having right now is that I'm using a converter to switch it from 50 to play it on a PAL Super Nintendo, which means that certain parts of the game still run at 50 hertz, and that really hurts. I might actually be able to bypass that by slowing down the battle pace Let's switch those two around. So this menu is fine, but in battle it takes a lot longer to get to the menu and have inputs be available than it would normally do. So that kind of juxtaposes the pacing of the game itself. But this should be fine. It's mostly getting Rosa back up. That's the big thing, because she can immediately start healing. Also, let me look up the parameter for virus. Oh, it's bio. Okay. Okay, so what a heal fix that? Or do I need to cure for that? I think I need to cure for that. At least now I have a bit more time to actually utilize the menu management. Yeah, I think it's cure that you need for that. This game could have really used a couple of descriptors, if you ask me, to manage a couple of... Wait, is there a way to actually see a... Bring back to sense. Beautiful. Yeah, I used heal, but it kept ticking down anyway, so I'm kind of wondering what was up with that. Let's try this again. Especially with the slow battle speed, it should be a lot easier now to actually get things managed. But we'll have to see, because it's quite difficult. Like, this is genuinely a big big difference in difficulty spike. There you go. It took a bit, but we're here. It's going pretty good, Loin. How are you? Okay, so just get everybody back up. Don't go on the offense too hard. This is a really cool fight, by the way. Now I have fans and ceiling lights again? Hell yeah. But Rydia's re-entry, I should say, it's really freaking cool in this. But this is much more manageable. Yeah. I think we're gonna hit the transition point on this one. Wow, still nothing? Ah, there it is. Ba, 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 ba. I really like Rydia's arc throughout this game. It's incredibly powerful. Right? Yeah, I will still do that because the... Uh-oh. Oh, excuse me, casually just... Oh. Well, this fight is going really fucking well. Okay, this is a little better. I lowered the battle speed a little bit so that we at least have some breathing room to apply spells. It might not seem like much, but... at least it gives me some time to consider decisions and all that. Yeah. Ran out of power. Interesting. I'm kind of curious whether or not this resets the other phase, though. Kind of curious about that. Yeesh. It would be really interesting to fight to finish the fight on this note, though. Hang on. No, I need the damage on that. Let Rosa do it. There it is. Oh, it's a modular enemy. Okay, that's why you don't get the, I hope it didn't reset. Oops. Uh-oh. Oops. Navigating menus in the older Final Fantasies is art. It's an art form in and of itself. It's immensely difficult to get right. Oh, there we go. Ooh, we're starting the Golbus fight rough. Alright, at least that amped everything up a little bit. Let's see if we can actually make this. I don't have a lot of cures though. That's kind of the problem. 15 life. Five down in rapid tabs. Yeah, it doesn't work. Like I even if I tap rapidly or count them out, it will still be slow. Like that's kind of the problem I'm dealing with. So this is something that I just came to accept because the Mode 7 on my NTSC SNES is busted. And I haven't figured out how to fix it yet. Primarily because I don't know what exactly is the ideal spot for that. Yeah, absolutely. But I also recognize it as being that. There we go. Good. Oh, thank you for curing before he goes up. Like, there's this sort of slow transition in the menus that's happening right now. That was a good bolt. That was a very good bolt, not gonna lie. Very snazzy. Well done. Okay, that should stop. Oh, it's like, it is two separate effects. That's rough, man. You're on Call of Duty. There we go, we're speeding up. Yeah, that hurts. Oh, that's... Might need to just keep it to a very, very small party right now. Why? Oh. Wait, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Changing the battle speed was key to that, though. I would not be able to do it as fast otherwise. We did it. We've defeated Golbez. All because of your help, Rydia. What happened to you, Rydia? Leviathan swallowed me and took me to the land of the summoned monsters. Took you where? It's the world where all the summoned monsters live. I can't use any more white magic, but I increased my powers as caller and user of black magic. There, the time flows differently. Is that why you look all grown up? Who is she? She's the girl we found in Mist. The child? Amazing. But why? Your mother. Stop that. The queen there told me the greater power of evil is at work. We must confront it together. Yo. Okay, that's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. What is her? I do not perish. Oh. Oh, he's a creepy hand. Can we not, like, stop him from doing this? Oh my, he took the crystal. You literally watched him do it. I'm sorry, Golbus took the crystal. We must protect the last crystal then. Where is it? In the sealed cave of Northwest. But do not worry, the cave cannot be entered without the key. What should we do? Golbus is on his way. So now is the chance for us to regain other crystals in the Tower of Babel. What? Now Golbus is busy trying to get the last crystal. We'll draw their attention with our tanks. And you can sneak in. Now is the only chance. What do we do? Isn't it their fortress? It's dangerous. But we must do something now. Now is the only chance we have. Okay. We'll do it. Good. There is a path through the exit in the bottom of this castle. Go whenever you're ready. Good luck. What level is she? Ooh. 25. That's pretty good. Oh, that's what I was looking up. I'm trying to find her character profile art. Oh, that's pretty good. Alright, let's get everybody back on their feet. That is supposed to be back on their feet. And then let's heal it out. Wasn't there an inn over here? Are we now authorized? We are now authorized. And we're fully healed, thank God. No, we're buying by the tens. Let's sort everything before continuing. Might be a good idea. Oh, so I had more Cure 2s. Okay. That's on me then. But seriously, changing the battle speed during that fight was a game changer. That gave me so much more room to actually make it out decently okay. Let's see if I can find some items. Left tower. What's this? Clear. This side is clear too. Ah, there's the treasure I was looking for. Wait, who even gets to use axe? That's a neat little detail that he is left-handed. It permits you to take the treasures. There's nothing. Ah, okay. Ether, nice. Elixir, very nice. And another ether. We got strength. That might be a very good one for Yang, to be honest. Like that king, he is very like, what use do we have for this? Help our friends. Yeah, everybody's kind of like that in this game. I really like that. Like, it gives like the proper adventure-y vibe to this entire game, for as insane as it is. Oh, whoops. Not enough GP, well, goodbye. Only 350. I don't think we need this anymore. Yeah, we have 2 paladins, right? Of course, I buy the exact thing that I didn't need, but that's fine. We also have another character that can use that. Oops. Like, you can tell that certain bits of the menu are kind of struggling in this regard. Mostly due to the fact that it just sort of slows down a little bit in a really weird kind of way. Hey Argand, how's it going? Lally ho to you too. Okay, that's a lot better. What do we have in terms of weapons? Okay, I should be able to sell some of the older stuff now. Get rid of the cloth. Yeah, we can get rid of Paladin. Get rid of that. I think Dwarf might actually be better, but I'm not sure. We'll have to find out. At least there's an option now. Ooh, carrot. Another carrot. Wow. Healthy people. A big chocobo will come here and hold your belongings. I'm actually kind of curious as to what happens. That's a fat-ass chocobo. Big chocobo? No, no. Here it's the bird of sacred, Lolly. Have permission? Okay, Lolly. What? Ooh. Always talk to the NPCs. Oh, this is the basement that we were. This is the nursing room. Dwarves are tough, but we get hurt too. Mostly our feelings. Oh, that leads over here. Gotcha. Okay, so there's still a little bit that is open to explore. The top of this one is one such things. Ooh. Hey, naming way. Is there like a specific pattern that I need to walk there? Yeah. There we go. Yes, I just fought, fuck, what was their names? Let's see. Oh, that's an upgrade. That is so welcome. Yeah, Calcabrina, there we go. I love that the game has sort of built-in out-of-bounds parts in this. Yeah, we had to redo the fight because I got destroyed by Golbez. I did play 14, yeah. I know it's the anti-tower boss. That's where I recognized it from. I think I left my character somewhere halfway in the middle of Stormblood. Like right at the Ruby Sea. But I haven't played since a good while. Okay, but what does this lead to? Ah. I really like that dungeon in general. The design of it was spectacular, to say the least. Hey, Six. How's it going? Doing pretty good, man. How are you? Lottie hole. I think one of my favorite. Anti-Tower has to be one of my favorite dungeons in the entirety of FF14. The Tower of Babel has a huge cannon called the Super Cannon, because of course it does. Alright, so the tower also is a cannon, gotcha. Monsters here in the underground are strong, be careful. Is there a safe point around here that I can use? I'm brave, but you're braver. I know Golbez is out of Babel, but the strongest of 4 fiends is called Rubicund of Fire. Come back alive. Don't underestimate your powers. Retreat whenever you have to. Oh, this guy's excited. Our tanks will attract the attention of the cannon, so you can sneak in, lolly. Yeah, let's go ask the world map some questions. All these treasure chests, though. Let's see. I still can't believe we're getting a new armored core, though. That's like... There's a part of my brain that just kind of explodes whenever it thinks about that. Oh, now I can leave. Oh, it feels so good that this cart still holds saves. I do kind of wonder how far I am in. Because that has to be pretty far so far. Ish. I like how everybody's walk is very similar until you get to the side. This is the pot of life. Want a sip? Nice. Okay, so we can grind for free in here. Let's see how the fights are. Oh god. Oh, that's not too bad. Throws axe. Well, so far it ain't bad. I wonder which one is the Final Fantasy that really started hammering home the thousands of damage near the end game. And hey, Softcore, how's it going? FF3, I think, was the first one to really get into thousands. Because I don't remember the older Final Fantasies really being that extensive on the amount of damage. How far are we in Saga now? We're still missing 3 playthroughs of that, right? We still got Loot, Ricky, and Fuse to go. I'm trying to figure out in my head how we're gonna proceed with the order of games, because also got the birthday stream coming up in a few weeks. What are we gonna do for that? Oh, I've already exceeded 3K a couple of times. I think the highest I've hit so far is 7? Oh, on average. Uh-oh. Ooh. It's interesting that we're still getting Sid's weapons, though. Around this part. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna... I'm not sure if I'm gonna do Saga Frontier directly after this, because we did do Blue and Acellus back to back, and so I might go into Legacy of Kain Blood Omen 1. Because I've been really wanting to get some context behind the Pillars of Nosgoth. And, you're playing Legacy of Kain right now. It sort of counts. Oh, if we find Golbez again, that was a very Final Fantasy IV re-encounter. Probably this year, yeah. I'm becoming increasingly more optimistic as we're playing through this. I've explained this a couple of times on stream already, but I have this really extensive vision of how Final Fantasy VI is, and that is slathered with nostalgia. So part of me is immensely conflicted about the idea of potentially being surprised that the game is not as good as I remember it. Like, there's a part of me that really desperately wants to cling to that nostalgic vision of that game. But I'm also thinking that I'm grossly over-exaggerating on that. Yeah, kind of with the original June movie. I really had like this fantastical vision of when I watched June when I was younger, the David Lynch version. The movie really was extremely captivating, and now I'm sort of feeling all those flaws boiled to the surface to the point where it's no longer as enjoyable, and I'm kind of afraid that Final Fantasy VI will have that as well. But the more I play of this, the less that happens, so... But yeah, like, Final Fantasy VI was such a special game for me growing up. And at some point, I sort of replaced Final Fantasy VI with Final Fantasy IX. And... use cast size as it has, it's unbelievable that they managed to put it together. Oh yeah, that blew my mind as a kid. But here's the thing, like, I have always kind of associated Final Fantasy with different parts of my life, right? So there are... Wow, okay. That is another encounter. I'll shut up. But there are like phases of my life that I associate with like the different Final Fantasies that I played at that time that I really enjoyed, and Final Fantasy VI was like the start, one of the starting points for me as an enjoyer of RPGs. That was one of the games that was at the forefront of that. So somehow I'm holding on to this ludicrous idea of I don't want to replay Final Fantasy VI because there is this near perfect vision of that game in the back of my mind that is fueled by 99% nostalgia, and I'm afraid it's going to be less than perfect, if that makes sense. I'm not sure that's a good thing, Gypsy. Oh, right as I step onto the mud. But do you guys have that as well with a piece of media, that there is like that so intense feeling of nostalgia that you might... Like, it's such an intense feeling of nostalgia that you might lose that if you revisit that piece of media. If that makes any sense whatsoever. That was definitely me with Secret of Mana. Replaying a game later in life after you age and notice the flaws, you end up loving the game more. Honestly means you love it. And then that's the mentality I'm approaching more and more the more I play Final Fantasy IV. You told me to play Final Fantasy X because you said it was so good. Yeah, times have definitely changed. I had that with Legend of Dragoon. Legend of Dragoon was one of those games that I started to really appreciate a lot more for what it tried to do after replaying it, despite the flaws that it presented. I was young and stupid. I'll say that's my excuse. But like, there was this much grander view of the game back when I played it for the first time as a kid. Look at the little tanks. Oh, I'm still very stupid. But it's fascinating, like, that approach to media in general, at least to me. But yeah, Legend of Dragoon is definitely the game that transitioned that into much more appreciation for the little things that game tried to accomplish and what it stands for as well in terms of first-party RPG development on Sony's end. And the incredibly hilarious translation that ensued. Like, Legend of Dragoon definitely was in a very unique position at the time, being the first game to really use, like, the action prompts. I still have that a lot when I hear Terra's theme. That I just have this, like, this innate emotional response to it. It feels incredible, honestly, to have a piece of music consistently be able to reduce you to tears. I've had the pleasure of hearing that song be performed by one of the official orchestras, or it wasn't Distant Worlds, it was one of the smaller renditions of Distant Worlds. Like, the orchestra was at least like a quarter of the size. But when they started playing Terra's theme and you're in the room with the orchestra, it just hits like a tidal wave. And it's mesmerizing. Like, if you just let it take you on that journey, it's phenomenal. Hey, Tsuka Blue, how's it going? You're Not Alone is such a phenomenal track as well. There's a lot in Final Fantasy IX that's really freaking good. And just the general moodiness of some of the music in that is also phenomenal. It's going good? That's great to hear. The only reason I use Magitech armor in 14? Wait, that plays? I gotta get back into Final Fantasy 14. Because that is really freaking cool. I'm just gonna pitch a tent on the battlefield. And so you've been saying for the past 1.5 years, I know, and I've been postponing it ever since because it does take a lot of time and investment. And I already have so many games that I want to play. This game is so cool though. Lally Ho Pew, how's it going, dude? Let's see. Where is it? It's going pretty good, honestly. It wasn't one of these either, was it? There's the sword button. Oh, it's ice arrows. It's going pretty well, honestly. I've been having such a good time with this game. Especially appreciating the extreme emotional whiplashes that it sometimes presents. And the music is so good. There we go. But what I really like so far is the way that the game manages to present characters in a way that is extremely narratively satisfying. So that when a character does something or has to leave, it has weight to it. A lot of weight. Like the Palom Emporum thing is probably one of the strongest sudden narrative beats that this game has. It does really like to whiplash you a little bit with its story though. So that does take a little bit of getting used to. I read banana. It's banana now. Nice. I like how the bandana gives him strength. Hey Shock, how's it going? It does really help to shift the battle speed to a lower setting, though, especially with the configuration that I'm using. Well, like there is there was a moment earlier in the game where where Kane and Cecil accidentally burn down Rydia's village and sort of quote-unquote rescue her. And you don't realize this. The game does this twice so far. You don't realize this, but when there is a moment later where you have to burn down an ice wall, but Rosa can't use black magic. So they have to rely on Rydia to be able to melt the ice. And only then do you realize that she never learned fire. Because the events that transpired that led to that moment have traumatized her so severely that she outright refuses to cast it. And it's at that moment that she lets go of that and actually melts the ice to help you progress. And it's one of the most satisfying things in the entire game. And there's a little moment later as well where Tella sacrifices himself. And this might be problematic. Where Tella sacrifices himself by casting Medial. And it's only then that you realize that the reason why his MP never goes above 90 is because Medial costs 99 to cast. And there has to be a narrative moment where he uses that to a degree where it will cause him harm. There has to be weight attached to the casting of Medial. So they never give him more than 90 MP to work with. So that when the moment comes that he actually casts Medial, it feels like a last desperation move and a last ditch effort to get his revenge on Golbez for killing his daughter. Yeah, he overexerts. He extends his mana pool by giving his own life, basically. And it creates such a powerful narrative beat that you otherwise wouldn't have gotten. It's incredible. Oh no. Have the onions gone that bad? This dude's just called Alert and he looks the most bored I have ever seen. Hey, awesome brand. The telestats also get lower when he levels up because he's so old that his power recedes when he gets more experience. I never noticed that. Then again, the stat block isn't really well set up in this. Like in the SNES version, maybe in later versions it's a bit more noticeable. But that's an incredibly cool detail. This game is kind of full of that. Full of those little touches that give everything such deep narrative weight, and I really like it. It's just so freaking good. heal up and then just keep attacking. The Stone Man will become Bun Man. Now I actually have to look up the stat screen. Ooh, Cure 3, that's pretty big. Wait, where do the multipliers come from? I feel like this game, once you have the manual available, becomes a lot easier to read. Is Kane actually stronger? He is. Wow. Let's see what Blizzard does. Jesus. We only take big upgrades in this household. But just imagine noticing these little details that are implemented throughout the game's narrative and sort of realize that it's 1991 and like that's incredible. I can't get over how amazing that is. That this game is 31 years old this year? Yep, pretty much. I didn't notice these details in 1991 because I wasn't born until next year. Fair enough, I'm in the same boat as you are. But that's just really freaking cool. I like that. Wait, what is a cat claw? Can I eat that? Nice. Oh, he is 2/3 there. A literal chiseled jawline. Medusas. Have a good lunch, say. I'm trying to gather as many items as I can right now, just to load up. Hey, Jeannie, how's it going? And Huxloth, how's it going? Hope there's no more interruptions. Let's hope so as well. Hope everything went well. No, I kind of would love to see an RPG of this scale set in the universe of the Dark Crystal. Ooh. What do you mean, tofu? Oh, that's really cool, Genie. Hopefully you had some good holidays. The Dark Crystal show was really good, yeah. I wouldn't shut up about that show for months when it came out. Let's see if this has any effect. Nice. Well, Final Fantasy IX was based on the Dark Crystal. At least the initial aesthetics. And then it sort of took a life on its own. Of its own. It's such a shame, though, that despite the sheer excellence, just the sheer brilliance of and artistry on display in the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance, that it is now residing in limbo and desperately waiting for a new chance at life. It's really sad. And on a pretty big cliffhanger as well. Have I been in this one before? I don't think I have. Just in general, if you want some emotional weight behind your narrative, check out the Dark Crystal. Though I do have to say the original movie was kind of, we need a narrative plot point. By the way, this character can do this. Like, there's a lot of that. Okay, so we found the 10th spot. Egg. That was incredibly underwhelming. Okay, there was still this door. A flame man, flame dog. That's an angry pooch. I'm afraid to say that both Flame Dog and Flame Man are now dead. Kinda sucks when you have an ice goddess at your side. Or a popsicle. That reminds me, I need to rewatch The Never-Ending Story at some point. King Dekar Gaming, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. He's having a party over there. Everybody's dying, but we're having fun. I just happen to really like those movies. I mean, sure, like I got terrified as a kid by the wolf in Never-Ending Story. But I absolutely adore those movies. Hey, King Dekar, how's it going? It is a phenomenal game. Monsters! Uh-oh, not this again. Watching your girl with power too? Which one? You mean Carrie? Well, then again, like I grew up with a lot of things like The Thing, Hellraiser, and the like. So it's kind of natural that I end up liking a lot of those type of movies. Ice Brand. I know an awesome brand, but I don't know an ice brand. Yeah, I had a moment where like I got super scared of Jurassic Park when I was super young. And after that, my dad just kind of sat me down and went like, yeah, we're now gonna watch the movie so you know that Jurassic Park isn't that bad. It's a toss-up between this and 6 for my favorites in the series. Nice. I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy 6 and Final Fantasy 9 myself. The cockroach dude from Madam. Yeah, but then again, that's understandable. That's understandable. That performance was really freaking good. Oh, Labyrinth. I will never understand why David Bowie randomly goes tra-la-la in that movie. He just threatens someone and just goes tra-la-la. It's such a bizarre thing to see. And he whips a cape from his shoulders while he does it. And nobody questioned it. It's just something he did when he came on set. It just goes tra-la-la. I mean, it's a beautiful moment to behold, but I really want to see the moment that got filmed. Like, there has to be behind the scenes footage of that specific moment. Isn't that the David Cage game? The artwork is the one of Amano's original works for Final Fantasy IV. I think this is from the after years. Yeah, it is a David Cage game. It's one of Quantic Dream's earlier games. Yeah, no, I've seen Vox play through a bit of that, and that looked like a disaster. You were thinking of Beyond Two Souls? No. Omicron the Nomad Soul is a David Cage game. Ooh, nice. I just received food, chat. Yeah, exactly. Soul Nomad than the World Eaters is a much better choice than this. Just a second, chat. I just received some food and I gotta taste it. Oh, this is really good. This is really freaking good. Oh, we're getting our weapon upgrades from this. Oh, that thing is terrifying. Shock, have you seen the amazing reactions that some people had to that trailer? That it goes from insanely hyped to completely deflated in about a nanosecond. It's quite something. Also, I think Soul Nomad did get a console re-release on Switch and PS4. I think Ray has the that version. It's in the it's in the one of the collection things with Phantom Brave, if I recall. Ooh. Shield upgrades, don't mind if I do. This game is definitely gonna pull one over on me, giving me ice-based equipment and then being like, haha! But the boss you're facing is a snow cone. Oh, now I just feel robbed. Okay. I do know that it did get a physical re-release. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm gonna finish this treasure fight, then head back and tent it up. Oh, I can literally strike this down with one blow. I do want to cure just in case. Because everything is either... Right, everything is fire-based. There you go. And there you go. Oh, that is a beauty. That is a beauty. What is the math on that? Okay, it's 3 times 47 and defense 30% damage reduction, I assume? And get back to the safe room to actually save. And then take it from there.
Rank up!
Tower of Zop time.
Yes, it is Crossover. How you doing? Thank you so much for 9 months of support. Really freaking appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. Gonna get some Kevins and B's in chat, please. And some Richards. Right, this is Babel. Right. It looks like the Tower of Zop, but it's Babel. Sorry. When it's like 8 in the morning and it feels weird waking up at this time. I can imagine that. How did the move go? Let's see, 29, 28, 28, 29, 28. More items. An arbitrary amount of money, considering the circumstances. This does feel like the boss room, but there is another side to this story. A right side. I kind of want to see what a speedrun looks like of this game. I get the feeling like the manipulation that they go through, especially step manipulation and all that, is going to be a huge thing. I feel like I'm exploring a bit too far now. Ow. Oh, interesting. There's another one. Is that because of the door down there? What is in that room then? Now I need to know. I saw an unopened treasure chest. Let's get everybody to full, just in case. Man, the changed battle speed really did miracles for how playable the game is in the current configuration. Oh, okay, it's locked. When is the Hades race? Genie suddenly waking up. The main problem I'm having personally is that the way that I'm playing right now is through a converter. So I'm playing it on a PAL Super Nintendo through the converter with the original NTSC cart, but there is a slight hertz differential on certain parts of the game. So menus will run at different speeds than the actual game does. Kind of leading to this weird thing where the game runs faster than you can select items in a menu. I guess I'm playing the easy version. I just had the Super Nintendo version, and that's what I went with. Well, there are two versions of Final Fantasy IV in Japan as well. You have the simplified version and the normal intended version. I think they based this off of the simplified version. Oop, nearly dropped it. I was reading something about that on the translations, the different translations of Final Fantasy IV as well. This is a very big tower. And I'm actually really happy that I'm playing this version specifically because I really do want to compare, if not just the translations, then also the difficulty that both games present. I'm gonna grab a quick glass of water, and then we'll fight the boss. Just a second. Is this the Woolsey script, right? Yeah, it should be. It's, as far as I know, this is the original Final Fantasy II release on Super Nintendo. So if that is the Woolsey script, then yes. Master Rubicon, please be careful. Ablin has fallen, so the threat is gone. He'll take care of this place while I'm gone. I think the PS1 is a retranslation. Golbez and Rubicon both are gone. Now I'm the leader here. Weird guy. Hush. Hey, Molotov bartender. How's it going? Who's there? Oops. Cecil. Would you call for help, doctor? And don't take me lightly or you'll get burned. Makes me laugh. Now, face my beloved child, Ballnab. Oh no. Yo, Ballnab. Wait, what? Ouch! Not me! Them over there! Didn't work. Would be very funny. A small monster of Frankenstein. I must oil him. I'm sorry, what? That can't be the fight, right? I'll show you my real strength. Now the real fight. Watch. Okay. Oh! Okay. Okay, that's not nice. That is very not nice. Heal. Oh, that's double heal on... Oops. Ba-ba-ba. Did he just fart all over everybody? Wait, I'm confused. Why would you do that? Why did he just heal me? Oh. I don't know what that does. Oh. Okay, so I can just ignore that. I guess. At least he apologizes for having guests. I will take your entire tower. This Tower of Babel connects the ground and underground. Rubicant has already moved all the crystals to the upper world, and I shall annihilate the dwarves with my super cannon. And then he explodes. Dwarves are in danger. We must stop the super cannon. We must destroy it. Oh, Kane is still absolutely miserable. Gotcha. Let's fix that. That fight was weird. I'm not sure if that was intentional, that he heals every like 3 or 4 turns. That feels more like a little mistake than anything. think we need to go back to that one door that was locked, use the tower key, and then fight whatever is inside. Somewhere along the line, though, I gotta stock up on tents. It does make me wonder, though, how, what the reasoning was behind utilizing the simplified version over the regular version. Maybe it was something to just win audiences over. Like, Final Fantasy IV was in a very unique position in that time, because you already had Final Fantasy II releasing in the US, if I recall. Or no, wasn't it like they started with Final Fantasy 1 on the NES, then they skipped 2 and 3, and then they made 4 2. Something along those lines. The easy type. Okay, so it was a conscious marketing effort then. Or likely a conscious marketing effort then to... Okay. Opened. Your fun is over. You, how did you get here? Get them! How about this? No one can stop the super cannon anymore. Oh, what? Yang, what are you doing? I'll take care of this. Go on, escape. No, don't. It'll explode. Go! Seriously? Tell my wife to live for me. Wow. Yang, please don't do this. It was a good trip with you all. Yang, open the door. Ah! God damn. Not even 20 seconds to feel sad. God damn it, game. That was incredibly sudden. Characters just really join to die, don't they? Now, every time the party is full, I will develop trust issues. Which does not allow me to get attached to any of these characters. It's a free-for-all over there. Who knows what will happen in the next 5 minutes? I certainly don't. I have well over 10 years ago, so I'm treating this as a blind run. But just imagine, like, I never thought that this game would just willingly basically decimate a bunch of children. Let a traumatized child be swallowed up by a giant sea monster. Looks like a warp device, but we can't use it. Wait, isn't that a crystal? Huh. Can't say I'm shocked though. Like, I mean, it's been very well done so far, but Yang Step is kind of okay. He guess he sacrifices himself for the party. Who was the protag for 5 again? Bart's, right? Oh, they're getting creative. They're getting very creative. I'm still debating on getting Monster Hunter Rise on PC. A part of me really wants to, but another part of me is kind of like doesn't want to start over. Welcome back, Say. What level is everybody? Oh, we have our first one in the 30s. Okay, unfortunately we can't use exit, probably because there is like a little bit going on near the end of the dungeon. Oh, Rosa's down on her HP. Gotcha. Have a good luck, Genie. Let's see. Now let's just move forward by going backwards. Which one was it? The upper left, if I recall? Yeah, we can take these easily. And the encounter rate here is very Super Nintendo. Take like 2 steps and encounter. Another 2 steps, another encounter. Was it? It was just down now. Yeah, there it is. You have amused me a lot. Golbez, this is all for play, kids. Farewell. Maybe run? Yo! Sid! Where's Yang? He... to destroy the super cannon. I see. Poor Yang. Who's the girl? Who's the girl? Rydia, the caller of mist. Shucks, they are coming! I love how cinematic this game is. Absolutely adore it. Can't we shake him off? Looks like they've modified the Red Wings. He's catching up. Give it your best, Enterprise. Whoa. Alt 7 having a moment there. The engine can't last much longer, Cecil. Take the control. Sid, what are you doing? Get out of the underground. I'll close the hole with this bomb. Oh god, not another party member. I wanted to see your children, Rosa, Cecil. But I guess I'll stay here for a while. Go to Baron and get my workers to help you. Sid, come on! Be good, Rydia. Hurry to Baron. Golbez, I'll show you the great fireworks of Sid, the master engineer. Jesus, what? Sid, why? It's too dangerous. We'll head toward Baron. God damn, dude. That is kind of insane. Wow. Wait, who's left then as a party member? Who's gonna be number 5? Man, I guess I have to play the DS remake then. At some point, because... it's kind of nutty to me just how many characters just flat out die. I hear voices from the basement. But it's also kind of juxtaposed by the general tone of the game. Like, everything is delivered with a sort of short lightheartedness to it. It's just like walking through an aftermath rather than an adventure, if that makes sense. Like, it's more like the further you progress in the game, the more destruction you leave in your wake. Especially in this. And it's kind of insane. But what I find impressive is that we've not, in the grand scheme of things, we haven't spent that much time with all these characters, right? Yet somehow, it's incredibly easy to get attached to this cast. They're so well written and well presented. Now I'm gonna take a nap. And the real friends were the ones the story killed along the way. Gotta stimulate the local economy. Don't question my ways, Brent. I know what I'm doing. Captain, I didn't recognize you. Oh, right. Some of these people haven't seen... Oh, that's an interesting touch. You're the only one who can be our king. If only we had airships. Boba's took the Red Wings. So the Red Wings is both the name of the brigade and the name of the fleet? Exactly. Wait. No, that's wrong. Master's wrong. Okay. Oh, hello. Don't mind if I do. Miss Cecil, boss ordered us to attach this hook to the Enterprise. No, it won't take long. What are you guys planning? Are we getting an upgrade? Now you can hook and carry the hovercraft. To hook or let go of the hovercraft, press A over the craft. Now you can go to the Cave of Albalin by the Tower of Babel. Bring the hovercraft to the shore and detach it there. Then use it to get to the cave. Yes, it is. Oh, I can tell you are having trouble handling him. But I won't blame you. Well, good luck. Don't give me cheerful music, you bastards. I don't feel victorious right now. If that is okay with you. Okay, that's adorable. So... where are we dropping this? Oh, now you're supposed to be here. Gotcha. It also feels really bad to save sometimes, because there are these moments where you just see a character on the save screen that you previously had in your party but has since died. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. from one vehicle to the next. What is this place? My dad found a funny ore, and you know what? He collects tails. What? Oh wait, I just saved. That's no problem then. I don't want to talk to you unless you have a tail for me. I have a carrot. I can summon a big bird for you. If I recall, Babel was a bit more to the south. Oh, right, there was also this castle. I got mercilessly slaughtered here when I first visited. Apparently, I never picked up the cure too. I'm honestly quite curious to what I'll find here, because I haven't had the option to explore yet. And it's probably... Wait, it isn't? Huh. And then where is that point? Or is that the drop down thing? I think I have to drop down there. Ah, yes, this is where I got my ass kicked. Let's see how this goes. Much more manageable, it seems. Let's see. I don't know what they're weak against. But I'm hoping it's ice. Oh. Uh, 1700, no weak points. Okay, they're just incredibly resilient then. Okay, that's the first one down. And that should take care of the second one if it isn't one. Okay, they're just magic proof, period. Duly noted. Oof. There we go. Ow. Jeez, what do they have against Rydia? Oh, jeez. That was some big damage. I mean, they hit pretty hard as well, but well, I'll take an elixir. I'm fine with that. The 2 ethers. I'm kind of glad that I can stock those up, because that allows me to be a bit more liberal with applying magic spells to battles in the long run. And try the left tower. Is this the same idea? Or is it the other side this time? No? Just a walkthrough? No. Maybe here? No. Here? No. No, no, no. Interesting. And this is probably going to be the out of bounds. Oh, no. Ooh. God, I love these type of games. I think that was an arrow. Yeah. Wait, then there has to be a way to sort of whoopsie-daisy myself into that. Is it by going down? Is it by going up? Is it by maybe retracing my steps the wrong way over here? No. No, no. That leads back to that. Okay, my extreme powers of wizardry have failed me today. Is there another spot? And is it just like next to the chest? No. Are you a troll chest? Are you not supposed to be reachable? I feel like you should be reachable. God damn it. One tile is all it took. One tile. No! What is your general weakness? Sword. Gotcha. Weak against ice. Don't have to tell me twice. Let's see how much damage we can get out of this. Up you go. Kane, hurry up. Kane. There you go. I'm really curious to see how much damage this is gonna do. I really like doing a lot of damage. Ooh. Slumber. I do wonder if that is actually a better weapon than the one I currently am in possession of. Oh, Ice Brand is way more powerful. There we go. We got the secret tech. Mostly Rob to plays blind, and I'm quite satisfied with that. This man from the shooting range, she missed all her shots. Oh, how long were you sitting on that one? Ooh, it's one of these dungeons. What are you fighting though? Skull! About 5 seconds. The Hans emote is painfully accurate for this. I feel like the enemies are now consistently reaching over 1000 HP. I was wrong. Weak against fire, nice. Ah, there you go. And learn fast. That does mean that if more is weak to fire, would it be worth it to sacrifice 10 attack points for Shadow was 5, right? Oh, wait, no. Nope, never mind. It was just a coincidence. I think. Let's see, if the jump doesn't kill him. Yeah, the jump kills him. Oh, there you go. I think everybody's in the 30s now. Except for Cecil and Rydia. So not everybody is in the 30s right now. 1200. This is the actual route. Gotcha. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to buy a bunch of tents. What does curse actually do in this game? Chat, what does curse actually entail in Final Fantasy IV? Is it like you can't heal? Or not? That works. Has base strength and defense attributes. It can be cured by using a cross or casting a Suna into 3D versions. The status reduces all attributes by 20%, and players can inflict it on enemies through Curse Augment. I really need to take a look at the DS version of this game. Honestly. I'm very curious to see what changes they've implemented on a mechanical level. Oh. Oh shit. No, I'll probably play the DS version, because I have that one already. I'm generally trying to minimize repurchases of games that I already own on different systems unless there is a very good reason for it. I've been wanting to stock up on some tents for a while now because I've been running out, frankly. I didn't even need to pick up the hovercraft, but here we are. What is the difference between tent and cabin? Let's see. Recover HP MP. There's no other description to it. It doesn't. I'm almost daring to say that. Or is it one of those things where you can use it in dungeons without having to worry about it? Welcome back, Thomas. Okay, so if a character is down, they automatically get revived as well. In case you run out of life to use. It does. That's why we stack them. Like this. Ah, 10 resource, a set amount. Okay. I haven't really reached that set amount yet for it to be extremely noticeable. Ba, 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 bum, ba, 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 ba. Oh, okay, yeah, I figured out what I forgot to do. I think the 10th thing is just a holdover from older FF games, then Square learned it was a pain in the ass and got rid of it in future games. I mean, like, yeah, they're not in 10, because I think 10 you automatically heal when you touch a save point, right? But there's still a 9? I don't think they were in 12. 13 definitely did not have them, because you recovered after each fight, if I recall. Not sure about that. God damn, King got fast. Camping is a major mechanic in Final Fantasy 15. That's true. The tent has a background story now. The major side character in Final Fantasy 15. I was referring to only partial recovery after 5/10 or full restores. Ah, okay, like that. Ah, thought you were monsters. Oh, wait. Well, that was a waste of time. I guess if you don't know, you don't know. We're the people of Ablin. We lost our place to live. This is our home now. Let's equip that. Oh, that is a decent upgrade. It feels really bad that I still have some of the items that some characters were holding. I can't get myself to get rid of them. Yeah, it will be a while before I can afford that, or not. That's faster than I thought. Let's get this one, see if it's any good. Oh, son of a fuck. Oh, that was a waste of money. Learn from my mistakes, chat. Always check your character equipment beforehand. We hid in here. The food is running short. Oh, jeez. Where did those monsters come from? I can't believe that we ninjas are defeated this easily. The king and queen were taken when the prince was gone. The prince will beat up those bad guys, right? To rescue the king and queen, the prince is digging a hole into the Tower of Babel. But I haven't seen him lately. I'm gonna protect my mom. She's pregnant. The prince will beat those bad guys up, right? This may be the end of the ninjas of Ablin. Honey, hold on. Our prince can do it. Hey, Great Red Dragon, how's it going? Our prince went to look around but hasn't come back yet. This path leads to the Tower of Babel. That's where Rubicon has his headquarters. I feel like I'm robbing these people now. I don't have to feel that way. I am robbing these people. You better believe it. Weak against ice. Okay. We're switching back to Ice Brand. Tired as usual with the work. Going home in about 45 minutes. Oh, nice. Get some rest. Recuperate. What did I want to do? Not Kane. Kane. Wait. Oh, right. Right. There we go. I keep forgetting that Kane is left-handed. It keeps tripping me up when I think I'm at the right bit. The prince went alone. Oh, there are a lot of dead people here. Or assumed to be dead. Whoa.
Oh no. Please don't. Come on. Get the heal out. Aw, that's too bad. That is too bad. That's a slow heal, by the way. God damn it. If I recall, this guy was weak to ice. Yeah. I think the only reason he survived the first wave of Shiva was because of the curse. That was just mistimed. Stop the prince? Man, I can just listen to this music all day. It's such a good soundtrack. Shuriken. Be affected by one of the magic stats. I don't know. It might skill off of that, but it might also use the attack modifiers to determine the damage. If you look at it like that, because there is no magical attack. Hey Zono, how's it going? It is a really good song. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit. Okay, so apparently the formula is damage equals caster level times caster int times magic spell power divided by target level, target spirit, target magical defense times 1 plus random 1 to 31 divided by 99. So you're right. It does use wisdom and willpower to dictate. This is what the formula looks in plain text. I don't know if this is accurate. This is just from a very old GameFAQs post. Ooh, cabin. So that shouldn't have been affected by it. I might not have hit the correct weakness, though. Which, in and of itself, wouldn't really surprise me. These were weak to fire. What I can parse from this, the formula looks accurate to me. Yeah, same. Like the random 1 plus random 1 to 31 divided by 99 might be the correct chance. So that is the additional damage that you might be able to do from a crit. Ooh, this might be bad. Hey, Kevin, how's it going? It's really interesting to see the math behind a game like this. I'm doing pretty good. It isn't... hang on. Just a real quick second. It wouldn't really surprise me that they have some form of randomizer at the end of the formula to mitigate static damage and make it seem like there is always... because like Cure is one of the things that is affected by it as well. Hey, congrats on that. But that... what would Call be then? What would the formula behind Call be? Because Call seems to also go off of the user's int. But yeah, Mystic Quest is much more static in its damage calculations, whereas in this one it feels more fluent. Like you won't ever do like a set amount of damage. It's always in a certain range, and depending on how you roll the dice, it will affect your range. But it's also diminishing returns, so the more targets you have. So this would then be, if like one target is 100, then let's say like 80, 75, 60, full party 60, 50% potency on a spell. Whenever you do a full party and you do like a cure, it will do like maybe 50% or 40% even off of that, if the math is accurate. Just let me just pull that up real quick. 2 targets 70%, 3 targets 60%, 4 target 50. So yeah, 40% for 5 targets. And so if you do an entire party for heal, you only heal 40% of the amount. So makes sense. Makes sense that the party heals are less than half. I do like that penalty system though. Instead of having like dedicated AoE spells, you can opt into Prince easily loses his temper. you can opt into actually deciding the exact damage values on the exact amount of enemies. Well, you can't select the exact amount of enemies like you could in, say, like Golden Sun. Golden Sun had the perfect idea for that, by the way. With the stacking amount of targets per spell, like if a spell level would increase, you'd get an increase in the damage, but also potentially in the amount of targets that you can use. But you could relocate that targeter to pick specific targets off instead of like. So say you have 2 ice and 1 fire monster. You can cast the fire spells on the 2 on the left and the ice spells on the 1 on the right. I've never played Lufia 2. It's on the list. I've been struggling to find a cart, a PAL cart, I should say, for the Super Nintendo. Most of them are fully Dutch translated. We can choose specific targets instead of forcing hit all and adjusting damage appropriately. Yeah, kind of like that. Golden Sun is also like that, though it will always calculate the maximum amount of enemies that you're about to hit. And then you would get more powerful single target versions of those spells. So it would escalate. Like, you'd get certain tiers of a move. So you have Quake, you have Earthquake, and then you have maybe like Rupture or something like that. And then the first one would do 3 targets. The second one would do 4 targets. And the third tier would do all targets. But the damage will always be spread about those 2 targets. Then you have something like Spire or something like that, where a huge stalactite comes plummeting down on the enemy. And that would do a significant amount more damage by comparison. And it's such a cool system. It's one of the things that I really thoroughly enjoyed about Golden Sun as a whole. It's just the versatility of the system. I've never really experimented with the Djinns though, because it was always fairly straightforward when it came to figuring out the moves of all the characters and what their strengths and weaknesses are, and using that based on each other. Whereas you can sort of mitigate by switching certain Djinn around to certain characters. Djinn are these like elemental creatures, and the more you find of a certain element, the more empowered that element becomes. But you can, each character has like a specific element that they're strong with. So Isaac is strong with earth, Ivan is strong with wind, Garrett is strong with fire, and Mia is strong with water. So if you start mixing and mashing about, you get like mud tidal waves and stuff like that. It's really cool. Like the spell system or the synergy system in Golden Sun is still one of my favorite implementations of a magic system in a video game. Just the real world applications, or I should say the out of battle applications of certain moves. Like move, for instance, being able to telepathically move like a pillar about was one of my favorite things about the entirety of the game. Just always liked Weekend Djinn, so I could use a mix of fire and earth on Isaac and Felix. Couldn't you get like very powerful volcanic spells from that? I don't quite remember. Like, as I said, I was always very straightforward when I played it. Oh, that's no problem. I was a bit worried. But what surprises me, like you said, softcore, that very, very few games really implemented a system that allowed you to explore targeting or selective targeting. And it's one of the coolest things about those types of games, just strategizing where to hit, how to hit. The Saga Frontier has a lot of that as well, where you can use your allies' sizes to your advantage in certain situation. Like there is a Dino showed this on stream where you have to fight a super boss, but if you make Ricky extremely large, it will prevent a boss from doing an AoE attack to the entirety of the party, and Ricky would have extremely high defenses against that specific spell, whereas it would decimate the rest of the party. Like there isn't a whole lot of games that I can think about that do that. Like there are a lot of games that toy around with the roll system. I can think of a few games, not by title but by just gameplay mechanics that allowed, for instance, spellcasters to be extremely powerful on the front line. Because it would give them like the damage bonus that you would normally get on the front line, but it will also reduce their defense, making an already vulnerable character extremely likely to die. But it's just really cool when games start to toy around with that. And it's really nice to see that this game, to an extent, implements that as well. Huh, weird. Oh, it probably has a leech ability on it that allows me to drain some HP. I don't remember much of Dark Dawn, to be honest. I really remember just having a good time with it, but I don't quite remember as well what's going on in it. But I kind of have the same problem with Lost Age as well. But yeah, it's just generally like when games start to fiddle with those type of systems, that's kind of something that I really enjoy. It's something that I explore way too little in my playthroughs of them. I generally only start to understand mechanics when I finish the game. But once I get to that point, I usually really start to figure out, like, oh, this is a really cool way to break this part of the game. I didn't hate Dark Dawn. I kind of recognized pretty early on that it wouldn't be as good as Golden Sun 1. Or 2 for that matter. I don't have a whole lot of memories of 2. Like I kept replaying 1 and then occasionally going back to Golden Sun 2. And so my memory of Golden Sun 1 is much more vivid than in 2. And in 2 I also found that they went a bit overzealous with the gin collecting. So it was much easier to feel like you were missing out on specific gin. Oh, these guys are fire. Generally, the cast of the second game was pretty good. And I really liked that it sort of felt like the second chapter of a book. Like the title theme for Golden Sun 1 was also called The First Book. So it sort of felt like a logical progression from one to the other, and that you got to the big story over there. That like the things that you did in Golden Sun 1 were basically the prequel to what would happen in 2. And it's just such a cool way of presenting a game. And I haven't found a game that maybe Valkyrie Profile is a game that came close to getting me as obsessed for it. I really like that game as well. But man, I should really replay the Golden Sun games. I've been trying to stream them for a while, but I couldn't get the physical copies to work in the way that I want it. Oh, hello. You're probably the new character. Hey, Rubicund. I was waiting for this day. Have I met you before? I'm Abelin's prince, Edge. Oh, right. Fuck, it wasn't Shadow, it was Edge. Abelin, what's that? Don't play the fool with me. Look at that. Look at that majestic cape, though. That doesn't work, buddy. Or was it flame? I will show you how. That is a Kamen Rider villain. Jesus Christ. That man got burned to cinders. Blast you. No, he blasted you, buddy. Indeed, you're strong, but still no match for me. Challenge me after you've become strong enough. Hey, Sanotaki, how's it going? Wait. You okay? How could I lose? We're also after Rubicon First Crystal. Why don't you stay out of this? He is one of the fiends of elements. Haven't you tasted enough of his power? Think I'm just a spoiled prince, huh? The royal family of Evelyn is trained as ninja. I can take care of this myself, okay? Stop it. The Hokage is more than just one person. It's an entire village, you hear me? An entire village! Stop it. No more. I've had enough. Nutella, Yang, and even Sid. We lost them all. All! You better believe it. Hey, come on. Rydia. Rubicund is the strongest of the four fiends, but we still have to recover the crystals. Can't keep this pretty girl crying. Why don't we work together on this? Rydia, please. Considering the fact that he's wounded, he sure bluffs. Well, Rosa? Cure 2. I don't know why you find this so funny. But the 2 kills me. It's like you have Cure 3 available and you decide to do not Cure 1 but Cure 2. Oh, relentless. Incredible.
Thanks, girl. You are cute too.
Right, man. Let's go. Give me a break. Ninja Edge. I feel like that would make a great PlayStation 2 action game. Ninja Edge. I find it really funny that he has the black belt. I'm just gonna snipe this dude. What does... Oh... What does Dart do? Oh, that's where the Shuriken come in. Oh, can we do a sneak attack on the skeleton? Oh. Oh, sneak is steal. Gotcha. Sneak is steal. Oh, that's the end of Edge's career. Let's see. I don't think I have to jump here. Just hit real hard. Oh, don't even have to. One ball bunker to the ribs and he's off to the ER. Oh, that is a powerful statement. Just give me a quick second, chat. Also, I don't know if I said it before, but we passed the 10-hour mark on the in-game timer. But I think we did that a long time ago already. I got some life. Yeah, he's unfortunately a bit fragile, so gotta be a bit careful here. Let's just give him the opportunity to recuperate and save the game. So, chat, I have a question. Would you guys be down for a Final Fantasy VI run? Oh, this is gonna be weird. I might have to... Let's see, defense, which I'm 32 at 42%. Always, yeah, for sure, I might be. Debatable. I am through the roof. Better call a repairman then. Well, the good news is we found a way. How are we gonna get it in? Watch. Here we go. What? Balloon! Mm. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-do-do-do-do-do. It didn't kill him. I was afraid he might do that. I could really easily see Edge do a metric fuck ton of damage. Egg. Oh. Oh, hello. I'm still gonna slap you. If that's okay. So, does that mean I effectively killed a baby? Let's see. All right. Do I need to heal up? No, I'll be fine. In the current setup, he literally will outlast Rosa, who has more HP than him. Statistically speaking, that is. But since he's a lot stronger on the physical offense, it feels kind of like a waste to not put him on the front line. I'm actually kind of curious. Week 2? Oh, right. Because you can pop a balloon. Gotcha. Jesus Christ, Kane is becoming strong. Actually, what does Cecil have? Okay, so Icebrand just still uses silver as a hat. What is the damage difference? 6 times 90 versus 6 times 93. Okay, so the damage isn't too far off. Might just be enemy specific. Do 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 do. Ooh. Oh, this is interesting. Will Edge survive this? Because I don't know what the Black Cats will do in terms of damage. I just know that I'm gonna jump him. And I probably need to miss this. Oh, they're not too bad. I mean, I'm okay with the damage, that's for sure. It does feel really good, though, to be demolished by an enemy only to sort of start to retaliate at a certain point in time. And just start really messing with the things that would absolutely destroy you the first time you encountered him. That's one of the things that Final Fantasy got right every single time. Like that natural progression from finding difficulty in progressing into a dungeon to making your way through it with relative ease at the end of it. And then face a boss that would challenge you again based on the principles of that dungeon. Final Fantasy has always been really good at that up until, like, I want to say 12 was kind of like the last game that really did that. I think we should be fine. Do, 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 do. Already, I might have a problem. Might, potentially. Let's see what happens, actually. Quite curious. Oh, right, the Mad Ogre doesn't get any damage from that. Right. Might be a good idea to grab some cures? Yes, no, maybe? I was playing Stranger of Sword City the other day, and that game had the tendency to never explain a mechanic and punish you severely for not understanding it. So at some point, I find a skeleton that would not be hit by physical weapons, but only a specific type of magical weapon. And because I didn't roll that specific character, I got annihilated. And I found that so frustrating for some reason. Like, I didn't want to figure out what was going on. Like, I figured out later that you needed a weapon with the holy aspect, which with 2 clerics in the party would have been no problem, but... Oh, there he goes. You're gonna jump that guy. Wait, did I ever get life 2? I don't think I did. Nice block, Cecil. Locking out over there. Oh, right, that was the point I was trying to make. Like, Final Fantasy sort of always managed to do the exact opposite and make those kind of progressions, those kind of things feel obvious and more natural. But when a game does like the D&D thing of you have to figure out that this monster is not able to be hit by, say, like metal weapons or something like that, it becomes a bit more of a tedium to get used to the game. Like, once you master it, though, you can really start messing around with builds and all that. Ogre. Oh, that sounds powerful. Is it powerful? Again, forgetting that he's left-handed. It's a little bit powerful. I like it. How's everybody doing? You really notice that you start to grow out of a certain MP pool, where MP becomes a problem after a certain amount of time in the dungeon. If you manage your skills correctly, wow, that was quick. If you time, wow, I completely lost my sentence there. It's been a long day. Oh. I hate virus. I wonder if the hit rate of certain moves is determined by a similar formula as the damage is calculated. That there is like a resistance type of formula. Get him. I still need to get and play Lost Judgment. I still haven't gotten around to it. I think it's the last Yakuza game that I still need to play outside of the remasters of 1 and 2. Kiwami 1 and 2. Oh, you can actually yeet the sword at them. Let's throw that at the one in the back. I kind of want to see what happens. I I've been playing it since I finished my Horizon Zero Dawn replay plus Frozen Wilds first time early. Nice. How'd you like Frozen Wilds? Nice. The Psych. And Float. What does Psych do? Oh, I wanted to check if I got Life too. Doesn't seem like it. What does Float do? It's such a shame that there isn't a spell description available. I remember in Final Fantasy IX you could add things like auto float and auto regenerate. And I really like that. It made holding on to certain weapons really useful to get all the skills in the game. I do wonder how long it would take to actually get all the skills in Final Fantasy IX. I don't know if anybody has ever done that. Oop. Well, then again, people have done stranger things with Final Fantasy IX. Remember a couple of years ago there being an article about there still being new side quests found in the game. One that basically goes from start to finish. It's a non-consequential side quest in the grand scheme of things, but it's still cool to find such details. I think that's the one, yeah. What is middle? Whoa. That one up. I don't remember what it was, but I just remember reading about it. Ah, there it is. Hey Dallas, how's it going? Yeah, that's good to hear. I think the only thing I don't quite remember was the... No, I do. It was the metal dungeon. I was about to say the bit that I did the day after I got my booster. That was like the only thing I didn't quite remember. But then I remember the metal dungeon, which sucked. The side quest was a project, was for Protect Ring and it evolved to Nero Brothers. Right, that was the one, yeah. There was also one that ties through the entire game, but it might be misremembering, like, or like crossing the streams on the 2. There was one side quest that they were recently, like, really, well, recently. That would be 5 years ago. Holy shit. That would be like 5 years ago. Wasn't that when I did my Final Fantasy IX run? It was like during that run, they found it. Good God, when was Final Fantasy IX again? Absolutely fantastic final fight, though. At some point, I put my controller down, went for a drink. Now it came back and the game beat itself. Oh, you should definitely try 4, 5, and 6. Those are incredible, Dallas. When did we play Final Fantasy IX on stream? That has to have been like at least 4 or 5 years ago. Do. Fine. I can't play most of them for aesthetic reasons, that's fair. If you don't vibe with the art style, you know. You can always try the 3D release of Final Fantasy IV at the very least. Maybe see if that's more up your alley. I knew it. Jesus. Did that say... Yeah, it did. That was 82K. Edge. Dad. Mom. I'm glad you are fine. So am I. Edge, come with us. To where? To the dark world. Look at the design of the queen. All down to the Hades. Oh, interesting. The text boxes. Huh. Look at the design. That is some Junji Ito shit. That is really freaking cool. I should be able to peep them. What's the wife week 2? Oh, I'm not able to check. Dad? Mom? What's wrong with you? Then I sneak the queen. I'm I'm starting to get the feeling like I'm starting to understand why this is called the easy version. Like, I'm not that well equipped for this situation. I just kind of want to see what happens. Is it still jumping if I'm already up in the air? It's me, Edge. Fine, set your sun on fire. What happens if I Shiva then? They became conscious? Oh no, Kane is up. Oops. I am sorry in advance. The 3D release of Final Fantasy IV is also available on Steam. Edge, listen. Okay. We're no longer human. We must not live long. I'm sorry, dear. Before we lose our mind, we must go. And take care, Edge. No, please. Oops, accidentally murdered your dad. I feel really bad. This is heartbreaking, honestly. Just that slow goodbye as they realize that their minds are fading. Just Edge looking on, like being powerless to do anything but kill them. Or try to, at least. Wretched Luge. How dare he? Luge turned your parents into monsters on his own. I apologize for that. I'm not like the others, you see. I want to play fair. Shut up! How brave. But you'll never gain real strength as long as you are swayed by emotions. I'll show you the power of anger. Rage drew out Edge's hidden powers. Edge acquired Flood and Blitz. I see, but my cloak of flame cannot be penetrated even by cold. Now I restore you to full strength. Fight with all your might. Oh, that's cool. And those are some very pronounced calves. A Flood and Blitz. Let's try them out. Oh, we're still floating! Whoa! You said something about not being able to get hit? I'll give Rubicon this. At least he has a sense of honor. That he does. Yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. That's the thing. I don't actually know whether or not this is a good approach, but eventually we'll do a lot of damage. Oh, he'll start covering for everybody else. Gotcha. Okay, that doesn't do much. Who gets the glare? Whoop. He just keeps doing the fire too, but that doesn't really work, buddy. What if we ice 2? Single target. There it is. Edge gets it. Gotcha. I was waiting for it to happen. Ah, that's interesting. That's where the blue in his design comes from. Clever. Just hit him. Again, that's fine. Like, the fire 2 isn't gonna do much unless he concentrates it. But he's not, so... The blue on his cloak signifies that he also has part of the blue element, so he will absorb ice. It's just a design thingy that will give him like a sort of visual cue as to what works on him when. Learned pin. Well, now I can see why Golbez had a hard time with you. Weak people can join forces. I admire you, warriors. Farewell. Dad, I've avenged you. Your Highness. Chamberlain, we won't let your Highness go alone. Where is Rubicant? It's over. We did it. That becomes the prince? What? All because of these guys. Thank you, good sirs. Who's Golbez? The one gathering the crystals to reach the moon. He definitely meant that's becoming of a prince. Yeah, there are some words missing here and there. He's the mastermind of Rubicon. Why the moon? For the power. And we have to stop them. Golbez. So he was behind all this. I'm gonna go get him. Oh, but your highness, we must rebuild our castle. He's one of the 13 friends. Just Final Fantasy V is all about destroying the friendship of a large friend group because you get jealous because you didn't get invited for someone's birthday party. The world is in danger. I gotta do something. Besides, I don't like that guy. Oh, but your highness. Don't worry. Now go back to Abilene. Very well, sirs. Please take care of our prince. Your highness, good fortune be with you. Okie dokie. This fucking translation, man. It's wild. Incredible. Right. Let's go smash Golbez to get back the crystals. All right, now let's go. Can I get away with that? Yeah. Oh, there are some words missing in the script of this translation, and it makes for such a good time. And Sono, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, but I think I'm gonna call it here for today. It's getting pretty late over here. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really freaking appreciate it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed your time here. And if you're new to the stream, do consider hitting that follow button. And let me fetch the list real quick. Just give me 2 seconds. There it is. There you go. And done. Exactly, Nintendo. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. And if you're new to the stream, do consider hitting that follow button. We also have a Discord that you can join. And it's where you'll mostly find me in between streams. New video is in the works and will be released soon. So do check out the YouTube channel. Newest video is always in the description down below in case you're interested. A massive thank you to Gypsy, Steve, Mr. Gaz, and Glossover for the resubs. Thank you guys so much for the support. And Nab, thank you so much for the raid. Really freaking appreciate it. Go follow Nab, who does nothing. Great cozy vibes over there. And yeah. Thank you so much for hanging out. And with that said, I'm going to continue this on Wednesday. And in the meantime, stay beautiful, keep on gaming, dudes. I'll see you all on the flip side. Bye-bye.